Hello and good morning. Oh gosh, I said that right as my chair started to drift away from my desk. It was horrifying. um, so I wanted to start off with my temperature blanket because I'm super excited to get that started. And I have some cheat sheets because I wasn't actually paying attention to the temperature most days so far. So the first two, I wrote down the high and the low for each day. But I think I'm probably just going to depend more on the highs of each day to make it easy. My first two rows are going to be this, and then it's going to go to this one, and then this one. Oh! Hi, Merlin. And I've read a few, I don't know, little notes about it. And what does it say here? It says that this person did essentially slip stitching for the whole thing to keep it at a reasonable size, and they got with a 5mm hook like what I have. They have a, what was it, approximately 46-inch long blanket. And they did front loop slip stitches, which basically gives it a little bit of a stretchy texture. And come here, dude. And they did 180 chains to start. Sorry, it's taken me a very long time because I'm looking drastically over to my left because I have a sketchbook and a whole bunch of other stuff set up for after this, and I'm just gazing at a mess, and inside of that mess is my tiny little screen where I'm looking at the chat. Oh yeah, he heard I was streaming today, and so he thought he would crash the party. You know how it is. And all of these are pulling out from the center really well, which is so nice. That's the optimal way to, that's the optimal way to do it in my opinion. I put that on upside down. Alright, I gotta start with 180. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. And now we have to do 80 more. Yeah. 101, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 110, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 120, 121, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 130, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 140, 41, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 150, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 160. Merlin, get off my dresser. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 170. Merlin, stop. He's standing on my dresser trying to not look like he is rubbing his face over my bamboo. And then I turned around again, and he was looking at himself in my mirror from across the room. And now he's touching the curtains. He distracted me. Let me recount these. I'm pretty sure I got 180, but I would like to double check because I'm frequently wrong. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 30, wait, turn around. 2, 4, 6, 8, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100, or 90, now 100, 2, 4, 6, 8, 110, 20, 30, 50, 60, 62, 4, 6, 8, 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did I do 10 extra? Oh well. Okay, that'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm not following a specific pattern anyway. Since I'm missing 1. Oh, okay. So I counted that all the way wrong anyway. Well, there's 1 extra. Well, not 1 extra. 1 that I needed. Since it recommends slip stitching, I'm going to actually chain 1 extra for my turning chain. Slip stitching is, I'm pretty sure it's just where you go in, out, and then you pull it through. Just over and over. Oops. Which is gonna make it pretty simplistic, and I don't know, I kind of like that though, especially because I've never done something like this before. And since I'm only going in like technically one of the front loops and not the whole stitch, when I turn it around and go through the front loop on the other side, it'll give it a nice stretchy texture. I think I mentioned that. I don't know. The goal is kind of to have like a throw blanket or a lap blanket. Right? That's kind of what I was thinking. Plus, I'm not gonna lie, it does make them a lot easier to photograph later if they're not so large that they take up the whole room. Whenever I finish that chevron blanket, I'm probably gonna have to stand on a small ladder and hover over our bed to get just the most of it in the picture. And I feel like the only way that I'm gonna be able to distinguish its size as extra large is I'm just gonna have to like try and capture the overhang on either side of the bed. It is fucking huge. For no reason other than I just like kind of what I did today was I read some instructions that were vague and I took them all at face value, you know? So now that's just the whole game plan. Sometimes we get a big blanket. Ooh, yeah, that could be cool. Almost like displaying a tapestry. Yeah, that would be really good. This blanket is approximately as big as Mitchell. But instead of having Mitch stand beside it, it's just like draped over Sai's head. Almost made that a regular stitch. Phew, okay. Row 2. Did I not bring scissors over here? It's okay. I brought Big Chunkus, which is just what I call this X-Acto knife, because it's the biggest one we have. Okay, slip this through here. Okay, and then we had a day that was colder, and then it went back up a little bit, so we're gonna use this nice color blue. I call anything that's big, not necessarily like even fits the criteria of chungus. I just call everything a big chungus. I don't know what happened to me. Hoping that by the end of the next row we'll start to be able to see a bit of that texture that I mentioned. Let's go ahead and pull some of this. Oh my god, this came with a knot pre-put in it. How rude. Oh, there it goes. I feel like I'm going in on the wrong part of this stitch. Let me see. No, I was doing it right. I was doing it right. I let myself be fooled by myself. This is looking pretty good. My yarn got wrapped around my chair. Give me a sec. Oh, fixed it. Oh shit. These last like 6 or 7, I should say, were single crochet, not slip stitch. And I was like, oh, these stitches look a little thick. They was. Oh my god. I'm not used to doing this many slip stitches. It's not like grueling or boring or anything. It's just like a lot to kind of get used to all of a sudden. It's like, pretend you're gonna do a real stitch, and then don't. Just pretend you're making chains over and over. That's kind of nice though, because it shows that even if you can only make chains, you can learn to build off of that without really learning anything new and still make blankets and stuff. Oh, I think I did another one. Yep, I did. Okay. Such a dramatic tool to be using for this job. I feel like I did this really weird because it left another here, let me show you a close look. It left a stripe of the green. Not mad about it. I'm also not sure if it's gonna, I think it might situate itself better when I do the next row. I don't know, this could turn out really interesting. If it keeps doing that though, I'm not gonna be mad because like, honestly, it could make it look more gradual of a gradient from further away, and that could be pretty cool. Oh, what is this? What is this? No. Can't believe you're just tangling already. Okay, there we go. Shoo! That was terrifying. Yes, because one row represents one day. Only. So it's going to have 365 rows by the end of it. Oh, I think I know how that happened, because instead of doing a whole new slip stitch, I just attached the yarn. I think I'm going to keep doing that. I think that looks kind of cool. Oh, I did not take a sip of my coffee. Thank you. I saw the hydrate, and I didn't even, like... I was like, ah, yes, I need to remember that. And then I didn't say anything about it. If I don't verbalize things, I won't remember. I actually took a pretty big drink of coffee. That was probably about a row overdue for me, but I was in the zone. The yarn zone. I'm not gonna lie, drastic weather changes always give me a migraine and joint pain, no matter if I like the weather better or not. But I kind of hope we get a few extra this year so that I can put a few random pops of color in my blanket. That would be pretty fun. I'm sure I will get to, but like, I'm just excited about the prospect of having random colors just show up too that aren't too close to each other in the gradient. I also have a website. Oops. Almost messed that yarn all the way up. What is it called? Let me click on it. It's called Wunderground, like WUNDER, Wunderground. And it's got a whole bunch of past weather. Like, every calendar day everywhere is basically saved on this weather website. So you could even go back and look at the average temperatures for days of different years. And that's how a lot of people keep track for their temperature blankets for a year. Like, they'll save them up for like a week at a time, kind of what I'm planning on doing. And I think that's really neat. I read on somebody's page on Ravelry, I was looking at temperature blankets on Ravelry because a lot of people will do them and not necessarily like link a pattern or anything, but just put their picture up, and sometimes they'll tell a little story about it. And this one person didn't know about temperature blankets until like a few years after they were popular, like me, but they were older than I was. And what they did was they had 2 children, and they went back to their birth years and made them temperature blankets for the years that they were born in, and I thought that was really cute. And they used that website, and that's part of what convinced me to look at the website in the first place. I was like, oh yeah, this is where I need to go to find that information. Ooh, I wonder if that's information that's like an idea that Sinichu would be interested in. Sinichu's around children. I think Sinichu has at least one children. one adult children. But I'm not sure. That's something I should probably, if she doesn't make it to stream today, I'll probably float that in the Discord just as an idea. There was a random little pencil shaving or something stuck on the yarn. That'd be my fault. The faults in our yarns. That's not a good pun. That was a weak try. That's true. I didn't even notice that. I noticed it pop up, but I didn't even think about it. The algorithm's listening. Sometimes I noticed that sometimes the Nightbot is more quiet depending on how many people are in here, because some of the notifications I have on a setting where, like, there has to be 15, I think it might be 15, like 10 or 15 messages in between Nightbot messages so that it just doesn't send a whole bunch of them consecutively if it's a more quiet stream day. I set that up for myself and then completely forgot, and so now Nightbot just seems a little bit more random sometimes. Like, I think that the dancing aliens might be, like, that it sends out might be a little bit less strict of a rule, but I think I do have it to where it can't just send a whole bunch of Discord links just because it's quiet or anything. I don't know. I just didn't want Nightbot to get spammy and weird. Oop. Oh my gosh, look. There's 3 lone single crochets that I didn't unpull from the, from the pattern. I'm not going back and fixing that. I am not. We're just gonna call that freeform. It's funny as shit. We're gonna pretend it doesn't exist, and by that, I mean I'm gonna show it to everybody. Just gonna be like, look at this piece of shit. Look at my failure and my shame. Nah, I already love this blanket. I really like these yarns. These are just like, this one's Red Heart. I think this one is Mainstays. It's probably just like Walmart brand, because that's where I got most of my colors, and most of them were like not on an end cap or anything, but they were close to the end of the aisle, all in like matching boxes and stuff with this very same, very basic label on it. So I feel like it's probably just a Walmart brand yarn, but it works pretty well. It's not any like worse quality than this like Red Heart yarn. It feels roughly the same. Pretty happy about that. Each one of these was only like, $3-ish with tax, I believe. There's the aliens. No, definitely not for yarn. Some yarn is like, I want it really bad, but it's always super expensive, you know. Natural fiber yarn is always more expensive. That's just the nature of the sheep. They can only get so much yarn off of it at once. And then I don't know if it's like a drastically different price, to be honest. This is like, this bottom row feels thicker, and I don't know why. I don't feel like there's anything weird about it. Maybe it's just the way I'm holding it is weird. It's probably because it's the beginning of a project, and I'm always like, why is it so weird? The texture really isn't showing up quite as much at this point, but it will. That's probably why I feel like it's weird. It's not spread out enough yet to really, like, look like it's anything more than a cord. Oh, that was not a slip stitch. Because it's a temperature blanket, any weird, like, those 3 stitches that I forgot to undo, or I didn't realize that I did, stuff like that, if any of them are noticeable, I'll just blame it on the weather, because it's a temperature blanket. That happened because the wind picked up. I need to make sure that everybody knew. Right, like, it was this temperature, but that same temperature just spiked a little bit into a same temperature. It's fine. It shows the fluctuation of the highs and lows within a certain parameter. What was that? Little Stubby Toes! Thank you for the sub! How are you doing today? Hopefully good. I am almost done with the first few days of January in my temperature blanket with minimal mess ups. Oh, I understand. I am very much a pop in and out between chores sort of viewer as well. I think after this, we're going to do some sketchbook stuff because my brother got me a sketchbook for the holidays. And I started using it just yesterday. And I really want to do more in it. But also I drug out a whole baggie. I have this baggie of stickers, and I just want to put stickers on the cover of it because half of it looks like this nice little sketch on the front of just some trees or whatever. And the bottom part, I don't know. It's just got like the name and the brand and all kinds of stuff, and I'm like, yeah, it's kind of ugly looking. So I think I'm going to sticker bomb it. Because that's always a good time. Plus, if I never use them, like, the fear of messing up when I finally stick one somewhere will stress me out too much, so I need to periodically go through my stickers and use some of them to remind myself that I can't just hoard things. I also need to use things. Ooh, I like this. I like how the stitches look different on each side. Just because I'm choosing to, what is it? Here, let me change the brightness of. I have this lamp up here, and I feel like it's like washing out the color a little bit. Where was I going with this? Like the way that the stitches are, like you've got this little stripe of green coming through between the two blues, and then over here it's mostly just blue. I don't know. I feel like that's gonna look really cool when it's done. It's very subtle but interesting. It's gonna give it like a very textured look, which I am all about. Okay, that is our first 4 days, and I feel like that's pretty good. Oh, I feel like that looks pretty good. I feel like the length overall is pretty good too. For just like a lap blanket, I think it's gonna look very nice. Let me get all this stuff resituated, and then I will change my, what is it, category and all that. I don't need this anymore. Like, see, I like the trees. It's just all the rest of this at the bottom. I kind of want to just cover it with stickers. And this is my baggie full of stickers. I'm pretty sure I want to use this. I got that when I bought jewelry last time, and I got this from a local store. A lot of these just came in like packs from wish.com. This one's big though, so I probably want this one to be one of the first ones I stick down. Come on. Don't peel with the paper. Peel away from the paper. There we go. There we go. Sinichu! That's perfect timing. We got out the stickers. We're covering the ugly bottom of my sketchbook. I really like this Mystic Metal sticker I got. I'm probably going to buy, yeah, last time I ordered plugs, they sent me this sticker, and I didn't realize that they actually even did that, and I was so hyped about it, because it is a pretty good quality sticker, too. It's real thick. Okay, I don't want to grab all of these, just like a pile at a time. Some of these are better for scrapbooking and stuff, like these iridescent ones peel off pretty sheer. That one's cute. And then these are much better on like scrapbook paper. I think most of these are that type. Oop. Throwing them around. Oh, this one's good. I'm not really like a diehard fan of The Office like some people are, but this was one of my favorite quotes from the show because I used to watch it with my mom, and the quote is, "I feel God in this Chili's tonight." I always thought that was hilarious. Maybe we keep out the unicorn. The unicorn's good too. My anti-Nazi sticker. I have some more of those somewhere. Oh, dropping them. Dropping more of them. This is a lot more Dunder Mifflin stickers. Where did I even get these? They probably just came in a random pack that I bought. I used to kind of have a problem with just buying packs of stickers, and now I've got all of them. I have every sticker now. Oh, I like this one. These ones are kind of like Garbage Pail Kids, but not really. This one's Creepy Cream, so it's got like monster stuff coming out of the donut box. Milk Deads, little zombie candies. Oh, dropping more of these scrapbook stickers. There's another kitty. Prickles. It's the Pringles with cactuses coming out of it. Oh shit, I'm just dropping shit everywhere. Some of these I need to stick that I've just pulled out so that I don't run out of room as well. Brink! How are you doing today, bud? Oh gosh, please peel. Oh my god. Why must you fight me? There we go. That's like way over the edge. Oh yeah, Brink, I forgot to message you the other day to ask if you knew what other emote designs you might be interested in. Because I know you gave me 3, but I wanted to give you some time to think about the other ones. And then I forgot to ask. which you don't have to know, like, right now or anything. I don't really have any commissions going on at the moment, because I just finished some that I did for Cataclysm, but that's about it. This is kind of going up into, like, more of the tree territory, but that's okay. I still want to have some sporadic ones at the top so it doesn't look like, I don't know, weird. Oh shit, I don't have that set up. I need to have that one set up. To be fair, I also only figured out how to put the chat on the live screen just today, so I'm getting there, just really slow. No, I want this over here. Yeah, this is looking good. Cover up the barcode. And then I'll add this little paper airplane. And then we can actually get on with it. There. That looks pretty good. Oh, covered up by that bar. But yeah, that looks cool. Back into the bag you go. Thank you. Okay. I haven't finished the first page, so I have tracing paper over it to keep it from smudging, because I've been using mixed media, and I've got Prismas that I use. Oh. No, do not bring things up on my screen. Okay, I need these out so I can see what I've got. I don't really have like a theme for the sketchbook that I'm trying to keep to. Some people do that. I feel like it's kind of stresses me out. It's too much commitment for a sketchbook. But I also really like highly aesthetic sketchbooks, so I'm trying to like not really keep any sort of theme, but I also want to keep the supplies that I use in it kind of coherent with each other. So I've just got 2 regular pencils. Obviously I've got the Prismas. I have this silver painter's pen that I used for the outside outline of that, and then I've got my Micron 01 and 03. But on this page so far I've only used the 01 because going over it more than once kind of, it gives stuff like a little bit rougher, almost scritchier look. Like, I'll hold it up like in here the lines look a little bit rough, but like kind of on purpose. That's kind of what I'm going for. And then I've got these washi tapes, but I've only used the tiny one. I feel like this page kind of, it wasn't intended to necessarily be a mental health theme, but it's really hard for it not to go that way a lot of the time for me. So like, I don't know what I would really say like these represent, or if they represent one thing as a whole, but I do feel like they kind of go together. Like this is kind of representative of like wearing a mask, whether it's masking for autistic reasons or if you're really introverted, sometimes you just like put a different mask on so that you're more acceptable in social groups and stuff like that. And then this is kind of about feeling dissociated and fragmented as a person. And to draw this, all I really did, which it's like hard to show it with the way the camera is, all I did was I looked on Snapchat for a broken mirror filter because I don't have the time, energy, or money to buy a mirror and then break it. So it only really had that type of break in it, but I thought it was really good practice. Like I want to practice a lot of new techniques in it, but I also want to make them look like they're part of a whole piece. But yeah, I love washi tapes in. I think we've had, didn't we spend like, there was a couple of us, we all just put pictures of washi tape in stacks on either, I think it might have been the Cyclops Discord still, because I don't know that I had one yet. I haven't bought any new tape in a while, but that's because I use mine so sparingly that I really just can't justify it. I had some things that I was going to do, and then I don't know where I put the list of them. Oh my god. Oh, knocked my vape over. It's around here somewhere. Get one from the thrift store and just peepo smash it. Oh, yes, I do want to tell Sin about the weather site. And I also want to change my category, but first I'm going to say about the weather site. So for the temperature blanket, I found a site where you can look up calendar days for like years, like from speculated future weather to like your day for the highs and lows, and then back really, really far. And it is called Wunderground, but Wonder is spelled Wunder. And a lot of people use them for their temperature blankets because, much like me, it's pretty common to just save like the average temperature for about a week at a time and then just do a handful of rows at a time. And then I also wanted to tell you that I don't have the Ravelry post, but I was looking at temperature blankets on there and I was like reading the little, yes, you could do one for like when you were born. This is why I wanted to tell you. This person who made one, and they only learned about temperature blankets about the same time as me, but it was this older person, and they had 2 children, and they looked up the years that their children were born and made them temperature blankets for their birth year as like gifts. And I just was like, oh, I wonder if Sin would like that. I just thought that was a really cool idea. And it was also just, it's very thoughtful, you know? It's like, this is your whole first year, but as a beautiful gradient, sort of. But yeah, I will, after stream, I will put the link to that in the Discord. Let me change my title. And also some of my tags, because we are no longer in fiber arts. Drawing. Okay. It says that it has been updated. Oh yeah, I never found my list. God damn it. I promise I had this planned out ahead of time. I guess I could always just draw things on my desk too, because I have no idea where that shit list went. I write lists and then promptly lose them a lot. I'm gonna draw my coffee cup. I don't know what that has to do with mental health, other than perhaps it helps. That's weird looking. It's got like these triangle ears that are kind of folded down. Yeah, that looks like that. Except for the nose is a little bit, it's not quite as wide. It's also got a bunch of leaves on its head. Doesn't have, it has 8. I need to fit 8 in there. That's where I'm messing up. It's got 2 that go kind of, the leaves point different directions, but their stems don't. There we go. That'll look a little better when I go in with the little pen. I'm probably not going to do these leaves exactly because of all the tiny lines, and I'm not drawing it like to scale. So, the tiny leaves. Please focus. It's not going to focus on the leaves. Maybe it will whenever I ink them, but they are there, I promise. And then the body kinda just... it's kind of just a lump. There's the handle. And then on the sides, you can kind of barely see them from where it's sitting on my desk. It's got little leaves. Go like this. Yeah. That's sort of what a fox cup looks like. I can't turn it sideways because it's full of coffee, but like, just trust me. Trust that that is what it looks like. I'm gonna use my 3 to go around the exterior, and then the interior of the design I'm probably gonna use the O1 because it's so much tinier, especially with these tiny leaves and stuff like that. Oh yeah, you're right about the lists, by the way, Sinichu. I just now looked at that. They're good for organizing. They're great for unorganizing. Okay. So I'm gonna do the leaves in black, but on my cup they appear in white. I wish I had like a white gel pen or something, because I know that a pencil won't show up over the other pencil. But what I am going to do is come in at the end with, I have a little bit of white paint and like tiny paintbrushes, because there's also like a few, like there's like a dot of shine on my nose in this and stuff like that, that I want to kind of go in with like just a tiny bit of white. This paper isn't really equipped to take a whole lot of paint though, so it's just going to be a last detail sort of thing. Oh yeah, I foresee these fitting much better with this tiny pen. see if it focuses now. Not really, but you can still see them a little bit better. I do need to lightly erase some lines though. I can still see his little leg, that's fine. I didn't go around the leg color because it's technically the same color as the rest of the body. The only thing that has like a hard line is the little feet at the bottom where it goes brown. So I kind of wanted to leave that. And then for these pencil leaves, I'm just going to paint directly over those lines. That might be too red. I'm going to start with these two and see how that goes. That might be a little too dark or brown. I can kind of go over like the darker parts with more of a reddish color though. Or the whole thing really. The only reason that like this isn't super smooth is because I don't know where my blending pencils are. And I know I can make a blender out of paper, I've just never done it, so I want to look up a tutorial to make sure that I do it right so it doesn't all unroll when I go to actually use it. Because I know they have to put some sort of glue or something in there probably. Oh, Q-tips. That's a good idea. Now I'm thinking about the possibilities of Q-tips. The only reason I was thinking of making a rolled up paper one is because you can sharpen them. But I don't know if I really need that for the sort of blending that I was doing on this because, like, the part where I did my sweater, there it's just lines, I would just keep lines. But like up here, this red-ish orange part is kind of the color of our walls, and I kind of would like that to have more of a coherent blend to it because it's not really a gradient, it was just darker in places. So parts of that drawing would make way more sense. Or at least they would look better to me if I were able to blend it out a bit. Q-tip would definitely probably work for that. Ooh, I like this color. This orange is really good. It's not quite as... I feel like on the cup it's just a little more yellowy, but I can add a layer over that. And when I finish doing this, I'm definitely getting up and going to find some Q-tips. Because, I don't know. Sometimes I completely forget that you can just use stuff. For as much as I just use random shit in my art, there's so many things that are like, why didn't I think of that? Part of that probably has to do with, for some reason, Sai is always moving the box of Q-tips around. It's always in a different spot. Like, I don't even think the entire box of them is in the bathroom right now. I'm pretty sure they're in the living room. Thank you, Stubby. I think it's looking pretty good. It's one of my favorite cups. Not only because it's really cute, but it also just holds a really large amount of coffee. Okay. Gonna drink some of this and then go get some Q-tips. BRB. In classic fashion, I brought way more than I probably need. But that's okay. I am going to start over on this one, though. Oh, there it goes. I'm trying not to get it too much on this washi tape, but if it does, I can pretty much just peel it off and replace, so that looks a bit better. Definitely a little less scritchy. Yeah, nice. I'm gonna pull some of the fluff off this one because it is like, it has got some extra shit going on. Still has some extra shit going on. That's okay. A bit more smooth, so it just looks like a shadowy ceiling. I did kind of blend the ceiling part a little bit though. I just didn't want most of it to be diluted in color, so I just took the white pencil and just kind of colored over it, and that will blend it to an extent, and it will also kind of give it a bit of a pastel overtone to it. And I kind of like that, but only for certain things. I'm also going to hit these because when I took the picture on Snapchat that I was looking off of, I had a towel hanging on the back of my chair, and it was this color, and I wanted it to look a little more smooth. It doesn't need to look like fabric, but I don't want it as rough as the rest of it. Yeah, that's smoother. That's good. I feel like this honestly does, it's not quite the same as a blending pencil, but this does about a comparable job to like a paper one. Which is still pretty close to what a pencil does. I also want to smooth out this brown before I go in with another layer. Just so I have like a smooth, the smoother it looks, the easier it'll be for me to gauge how much more I want to put on of the brown in layers. Because I definitely want this inside of the cup to look darker than the outside of the cup while still sharing the same color palette. Cool. Ooh, this might be a good color for the outside to layer on top of that brown too. It's another brown, but it's rouge, like a rouge brown, so it'll have a little red in there. Ooh, I like the way this is coming together. If I just build up very light layers of this, I think it'll look pretty good. Not necessarily very light, but I want to make sure that it's not too dark so I can still put some emphasis on like shadow. This also has a little bit around the rim that is not as dark. So I'm just going to give myself a little guideline for that. Actually, around the rim is the same orange, so I'll probably go back in with that and just put a hard layer. Ooh, yeah, I like that. This color looks really good. I'll probably brighten it up with a little orange too. but I think this was definitely the right choice. Because ultimately, it doesn't have to look exact, like it just has to look good. All I want is for it to look good. I'm gonna go back to this brown one just to get the legs because I don't want too much extra red in the legs because they're out more forward and I kind of want them to not necessarily stand out, but I want them to be readable. So like when I go in and add orange, I'll probably not hide it, I will highlight with it on different like spots, and I think I will add it to like the legs, just so you can kind of fully distinguish that they're legs. Okay, now I'm gonna take, what color is this? Dark umber. We're gonna do the little boots. Yeah, I guess I do want a different one. I'm probably going to make the coffee a similar color to this, even though I don't think, well, my coffee is just a bit lighter than the boots, but I want it to not blend in too much with the shading that I did on the inside. I'm also leaving these little circles that I drew earlier, little semicircles. Probably can't see them super well, but earlier when my coffee was at a higher level, the light was reflecting ever so slightly on it, and I'm going to go back in with the white paint and hit those spots. Oh, and I guess, no, not really. Some of the spots, not spots, it's just a shadow. Some of the shadow on the cup, like on the left-hand side from where the lighting is a little bit more yellowed from where I am. So I'm just gonna go in here, just put a little bit of that down this way. You can barely see that on the webcam. I just looked up and I'm like, oh, that's a little bit washed out. You can kind of see it. Refocus. God damn it, you were so close. You were so close to doing it the right way, camera. One more down here. Okay. Where did that paintbrush go? Literally just saw it. Oh, I put it back in the cup. I'll be right back. It's just across the room. Okay. Oh. This paint is from Michaels. It's just Artist Loft, which I believe is their brand. It's just like a student grade acrylic paint, which honestly, it's usually quite comparable to professional grade acrylic paints. So I don't want to smudge it on like my sleeve or anything, so I'm going to start with the highlights that I wanted to do over here, which is literally just 2 dots. Okay. Now I have to very carefully try and remember exactly where these went. Oh yeah, that's definitely on the line. Nice. 2 little leaves. Let me wipe this off. Ouch. Definitely did not pinch my finger in the paint tube. That definitely doesn't happen. That doesn't fit there. Okay. Let's see, I need to move this over here. And these need to go back. Whoa! Please don't do that. That was terrifying. Okay, that's close enough. Kind of want to give that a second to dry. So I'm going to turn it upside down or sideways. Sideways makes a little more sense for me. And I'm going to draw something down here. I never did find that list of things that I was going to draw. Oh, I do kind of have an idea though. My brother got me this, like, he's a stress ball, but on the box he's called Stress Man. So I'm going to, like, squeeze him and take a picture of it and then draw him being squeezed from the picture. I've got my phone out, so, like, I promise it's not weird, it's normal. It's normal to squeeze a stress ball and then photograph it. The violence. Okay. But also here's the box. It even just says Stress Man on it. Safely direct your stress at this gel-filled Stress Man. Thanks, brother. I'm gonna crop the image so it is a little bit bigger. And then I'm gonna prop it up over here. was a bit dark. There's just one little leg. It's not quite. This is not quite exact because I am drawing. My middle fingernail is visible, but it's okay. Oh, I was looking at the wrong finger for a second. I was looking at the pinky finger. That's his little arm. I'm marking little spots of shadow and highlight really quick. Those do not really look like hipster glasses, but it'll be fine. It'll be cool. We can fix it. It also looks a lot more like a Mr. Pringles man stash. So, this is the rough, turn this way. This is the rough sketch. I was there for a split second. Oh, that's where my other pen went. Trying to look at these glasses a little more closely. There's a little less, it's a bit gradual there. But then the nose piece comes all the way up. Yep, that's better. Oh yeah, that looks way closer. This is hilarious. I don't know why, it just really made me laugh. I was like, color in the mustache. This guy is so distinguished. Part of the reason I think this guy is so funny, and part of the reason that I love him so much, is especially because of the tummy message, it has been so long ago that stuff with nerd glasses, like hipster mustaches, and keep calm and whatever phrases were popular in this country. Like, I was a teenager the last time I saw all three of these items in a store together. And I'm just like, where were you shopping to find this? Like, what outlet did you go to that gets, what is it? Where they buy just like bid on lots of random items and then sell them cheaper at a store. Closeout stores, stuff like that. I'm like, what sort of knick-knack closeouts did you find? And where did you find them? I'm using my tinier pencil for more like little skin details in the breast of the fingernails and stuff like that. It's hard for me to make art without a couple of hard lines, at least, but I like going thinner and thicker for different emphasis. That's why I like micron pens so much. They come in so many sizes. Yep, that looks pretty good. Oh wait, I forgot some of the marks on my hand. Down here. Just for a little bit of skin texture. The rest of the lines that I kept I'm going to just basically color over, like the little shading lines and stuff. None of that will really show up. That's pretty close. Can use that for highlights. I might use this one for like shadow. I won't tell him that. I will keep that information very close to my heart forever, though. Okay, there's my first layer. This is a little bit lighter than the rest of him, and since I'm going to use it for highlights anyway, might as well go ahead and get that and hit some of the shadows so that we don't lose them when we smudge. Okay, let's get a Q-tip. It's a pretty good first layer. Okay, let me look at this closer. Because there is... I think I'm done with these for now. Gotta tackle my skin tone. That's gonna be interesting for me. Because I don't really go for like I did it in this picture, but I'm not super skilled at it. I usually it looks really washed out on the camera. Usually if I'm gonna do like a person, I give them fantasy people skin, which usually translates to like purple. I'm a big fan of purple. A couple of spots have more pinkish undertones. But since I didn't draw my whole hand, I can just kind of get away with fading it out into nothing. Wait, you wanted to get glasses and a mustache as a tattoo? Because that's still a cute tattoo. I used to want, a lot of people got it, but I still think it's cute, like where you get a mustache inside of your finger and then it looks like you have a mustache for pictures, like exactly 3 times. When you take those pictures, I always thought those were pretty cute. Plus, if I got one now, it could be a benefit, because I don't know if I'm able to grow facial hair or not. That could be an important, that could fill in the gap. Just in case. I will have a mustache. Pretty much the only reason that I didn't end up with one was I couldn't decide on which style of mustache I wanted, because I like this classic handlebar, but I also have seen like really long ones that are kind of like, they look almost like that villain, God, what is his name? He always ties the lady to the tracks and his mustache is super long and crazy. I've seen a whole bunch of different like finger mustaches. Yeah, kind of like that. There's just so many mustache options. Plus, if you've ever seen, oh, I forgot to do his little arm, over here. I'll get that in a minute. If you've ever seen that show where people do the competitions with their beards and mustaches and stuff, that just opens up a whole new world to potential mustache tattoo shape possibilities. I've seen some of the craziest shit. Also, my grandma had a picture of some. I'm just gonna call them random old dudes because technically I was related to them, but they died like. I'm just gonna call it cowboy times. I don't know. They had the biggest, bushiest walrus mustaches I have ever seen in my life. They didn't even look real. They were so perfectly groomed. I was a little bit shook that day, honestly. I was like 15 and I'm like, what is this? Who are these people? It was like some black and white weird vintage photography shit going on and I'm like, but where are these mustaches look like brooms or something. Oh, I wonder if any of my aunts have that picture somewhere. I should think about getting a copy for the home. Just to, frame and hang in the middle of the living room. People are going to be like, oh, who are those guys? I'm like, I have no idea, but look at their mustaches. They're like my great, 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 great uncles or something. Something ridiculous. Oh, this isn't turning out so bad. Okay, back to the greens. Okay, I'm gonna come back in with this dark and shade him one more time. Get a little more contrast. I didn't want to make it too dark the first time, but I definitely could have went heavier, I think. Yeah, more like this. This is looking good.
Oh yeah, those shadows look way better this time around.
Okay, now I need my white paint again. These got vaguely messed up, and instead of figuring out how, I'm just gonna move everything over one. That's fine. These are, yeah, it's okay. I have no idea what's happening. I tried so hard to keep these organized. Here's the paint. Loki! How are you today? Thank you for the lurk. Hope your stream went well. I watched for a little bit earlier. I'm pretty sure you're playing Horizon again, right? Pretty sure that's what I watched. Here's a close-up of our little guy. He's looking so good. And also enjoy your eats. Why did it get so dark all of a sudden? Ooh, get into that climax part. That's a really good game. I loved that game a lot. Let me move my light a little bit. This is weird. It got suddenly darker, and I don't know why. There's no way it just got darker in the room, because the light has been on the whole time. Unless I'm just now noticing it. Was it dark earlier? There we go. That's brighter. That's better. Shoo! I was like, oh no, what is happening with my lighting? And okay, this is dry now on the bottom. Okay, that's good. I love how I just touched it, even though that's just so dangerous. I could have smudged the whole thing if it wasn't. More coffee. Okay. That page looks pretty good. I don't think it looks finished by any means, but I definitely think I added a good amount to it so far. I kind of want to draw something in a different direction too, though. I like the multi-directional, like, image theme. It makes pages, like, even if you only have a few elements, I feel like it can make pages feel a lot more full. I'm just sitting over here squeezing this guy. Maybe I'll draw a coffee pot to kind of go along with the coffee. Let me Google me up a reference image. Okay, I found one that I like. It looks nothing like mine, but I like it because it is round. Mine is more of like it's got like straight, I don't know. How big do I want to make this? Big enough, I guess. Gonna have just the very bottom of it cut off by the edge of the paper. Well, can't make it that big because it'll run into my other drawing and you won't be able to see the top of it. That'll be weird. Let me draw the top of it first. Coffee pot actually has a pretty intricate like handle going on. I can still have the very bottom cut off by the page. That's good enough for me. Got some darker bits to shade here, and I've got a bit of reflection. I'm not going to put the logo or anything on it though. Just a bit unnecessary, I think. Someone from China just called you? Like on purpose? Or on accident? Did you pick up and they were like, were they speaking Chinese to you? I feel like I wouldn't know how to respond to that just because I don't know how to say no hablo in Chinese. I would have no idea how to respond to that situation. I would be confused. Oh, you got a strange voicemail. Those are always interesting. Honestly, most of the time when I get a voicemail, it's from a number that, like, it usually will pop up on my phone and it'll say something like, scam likely, right? I get a good deal of messages that say that, so I don't pick those up. And they usually don't leave a message, but when they do, it's usually not even an automated message. It's just the message will run for a few minutes and it just sounds like nothing, and then it'll hang up. And it always makes me feel like they were just sitting there debating whether they actually wanted to leave a message or not. Oh, that is really weird. I hate it when I'm doing anything online with like ordering or anything, and then I get a call right after. It's so suspicious. No matter what, it's just suspicious. It's like, I don't trust any of you. Who are you? How did you get this number? I also get... I want to say that most of the messages I've got in the past 5 years consisted of a wrong number, and it always sounded like a dude over the age of 55. Like the kind of guy that when he makes his Facebook picture, like his profile picture, he holds his phone down so you get all of the chin. And what happens is the machine will pick up and you'll hear a yeah, and then usually a hang up, or sometimes a bunch of countryman gibberish. And I'm like, listen, I am not Dave. I know you think you're calling him because that's what you keep saying into the phone, but this ain't Dave. I do not call them back. I usually assume that they figure it out on their own. It's just a bit easier that way. I can't, Yeah, basically. They're out there trying to get their buddy Dave. And I'm just sitting there listening to it like, who the heck is this? It's usually probably like just a misclick of the numbers or something. I don't know. Most people just have their friends' numbers logged into their phone anymore anyway, though, so it is a bit, I don't know how I would even describe the experience. Old-fashioned, perhaps. We got a lot more missed calls and, like, that were accidental dials when we had a home phone still. It was always more interesting people back then, too. Almost makes me miss the home phone. I want to lighten this up before I smudge it. My smudged Q-tips are getting mingled in with the unsmudged Q-tips. Sin, no, but sometimes people around here do talk like Dale from King of the Hill. That's not even a fake thing. People around here cannot talk. The majority... Okay. This is kind of semi-regional, but it's common for people to say here instead of like, I'm going to go wash the dishes. Like, even we all say wash. I'm gonna go wash the dishes. I even say it. I used to practice when I was a teenager saying wash instead, and so now I say it both ways, and I just sound like an even worse idiot. Sound like I'm trying too hard. The Ohio River Valley has a very interesting dialect. We're just north enough that Southerners don't really know where we're from, and we sound just hick enough to where people that are too close to Canada are like, are y'all from Alabama? What is this? It's like, nah, we're just from Indiana. It's almost the it's technically a bit Midwest, but it's also closer to the East Coast than the west side of the country, so we still have really rude drivers and stuff, you know? No offense to any East Coasters in the chat. I just know you know what I mean. So angry on the roadways. Texans are also really angry on the roadways, though. Like, they will just threaten to shoot you sometimes. I think most of the time it's just a threat, but also it's Texas, so I don't know. If you didn't get threatened on the roadways in Texas, were you even on the roadway? That's what my cousins asked me when we were there to visit last time. They were like, "Did you get threatened with a gun yet?" Like, not yet. We have gotten... Some muscle guy did lean all the way out of his truck window. It was very interesting. We're not quite that rude here. Usually there's just a lot of confusion about whether or not you should be in a turning lane and whether or not you should use your signal, which I don't know why that's a question, because if you're moving anywhere out of your lane, you should be using your signal. But people around here tend to consider that, like, telling the enemy your plans in a roundabout way. Nobody's buddies. We're all just suspicious of each other. Apparently the drivers in our city are so unique and, like, chaotic that people from even just neighboring cities and towns don't always feel comfortable coming through. They're like, "Oh, I try to go around when I can, unless I really need to get across the bridge." And I'm like, "Listen, I'm not gonna argue with you that you should try it anyway, because I understand what you're talking about, but also I didn't realize it was so noticeable." They're like, "No, I always know when I'm behind a local driver." And I'm like, that's terrifying. I'm just kind of piling a couple of different dark browns on here, because the coffee in the photo is definitely very fresh. So it's super dark black coffee, and they've got perfect lighting in there, so it looks extra deep like a void, which I don't think I can get anything quite that spectacular. Prismas are pretty good, but, like, I'm not super skilled with them yet. But I do want to get a good rich color. I like how textured this paper is, but it is a little bit hard to get into all the crevices. These colors. It does lend a lot of interesting, like, sketchy texture to the color, though, which I do enjoy. I like anything, well, not anything. I like most things when they look a little more homemade or done by hand. It just gives it character. But I also didn't want to go in with like the black pencil. I feel like that I might do a layer over it, but I didn't want to start out with it because I didn't want to like drown out the browns of it. Right, that's kind of how I feel about it too. Like, that's why I like bullet journals and art journals, and some people just call them smash books, where you just make stuff out of other stuff. And especially when people are willing to share those sorts of things, because a lot of the ideas and concepts from them is that they're like more personal and stuff like that. And so the stuff that people make on the inside of them is always just so much more like rich and like full of personality. I don't know, I just really love everything about that. It's like in an abstract way you learn something about that person. Go in with a light layer of this black. Ooh, I think this is gonna lend really well to the browns, actually. And then I will smudge it, and then I might go over just the edges again. I don't know, we'll see. I might even add more of the super dark brown that I did in the first place. Could be pretty cool. Sorry about the shadow. The sun is moving around again. Wow, there's so much pigment on this Q-tip right now. Like, there's so much pigment on it. That's funny. Okay. I'm gonna smudge these just a bit because I want to keep the saturation. And I kind of want to keep it directional. Now I'm gonna work on the handle of it. Random thought, is there... Okay, so there are some people who definitely believe that, like, left brain, right brain is a thing, which I do to an extent. I don't think it necessarily, like, dictates, like, potential skill development and stuff like that, but, like, I used to have this book that I found at the Goodwill. It was, like, a vintage book about left-handed people, and it had, like, some celebrities that were left-handed and different, like, information that people knew at the time. It was, like, from the 70s, and it was really cute, and it had some stuff like that in it, but I don't know if there's, like, technically a scientific correlation that has lasted over time since then or not, because we do know more about the brain now. I don't know. That's something that I might look into. My mom's really artistic too, but she is right-handed. I have an aunt that's an artist, but I don't know what hand she uses. I want the whole handle to be black, but where I left the white part, I'm gonna go over just with the smudgy part of this Q-tip and kind of tint it gray, so like light is still hitting it, but it only softens the color. Then I'm gonna go back over the black again, kind of darken it up. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna take this Q-tip that has a little bit of the blue from earlier, and I'm gonna go down the rest of this glass and just leave the tiniest tint to it so that it will kind of remove the reflection line on its own while leaving it the only like paper colored part, and I think that'll kind of emphasize that it's a reflection a little better. Like maybe the inside of the pot is so fresh and hot that it's like steamy inside, so it's a little bit foggy. Something like that. That looks pretty good. Let's see. Got a text. Hold on. Sai sent me a text that just says tool check with a check mark next to it. Oh, okay. He needs me to go outside and look to see if there's tools on the porch. I'm probably gonna do that and take a short break because I haven't taken one yet, and I also haven't streamed in a little while, so I have to pee and stretch and do a couple of things. So I will be right back. Well, be back in a few minutes, and then I want to add more stuff to this before I actually get offline. So, yeah. BRB. back. Sorry that took a couple of minutes. I don't really like vaping on screen too much, but I needed my CBDs. I also refilled my cup of coffee and restarted my coffee pot. Thank you. Okay. I want to go ahead and say that I feel like the coffee pot is pretty done, because I got a pretty straightforward picture. Let me hold it this way so it fits more. I feel like the shading I did, where I just left that little, the shine coming through, I think that looks pretty good. Gonna draw, I have like a bunch of, don't make fun of my pharmacy I've got back here, but it's literally all like headache medicine. I have a bottle of Excedrin migraine back here. I've got 2 large bottles of ibuprofen, and then I have 1 smaller bottle of ibuprofen, and then I have extra strength acetaminophen. I have all my painkillers here, so I will probably draw a pill bottle. I'm not gonna write like sorry, it's my vape, I keep coughing. I'm not gonna do like all of the tiny words and stuff on them, but I feel like that would make sense because oh yeah, me and Bob with the migraine pills. But yeah, I am always in supply. When people come over, half the time, the first thing they say to me after hi is, "Do you have any headache medicine?" And I'm like, "You know I do. Don't even ask that." Do I have any? What kind do you like? I've got the flavors. Oh, lop-headed. There we go. Just ever so slightly give it a curve. I need to do that with the top too. The top didn't really... It started to curve, but way not the way I wanted it to. There's like a whole line down here I hate. Oh, that sucks, Sid. They don't do, like, anything amazing for me, usually. It will just help, like, with one of the symptoms, depending on what kind of a migraine I have at the time. They don't really do anything for my sinus migraines, like, when it's paired with sinus problems. I use them more for, like, if I'm getting a headache that I might assume would turn into a migraine later. That's usually when I break out the medicine, just try to like stop it before it actually starts, because once it starts it's usually just gonna happen and I need to go lay down. I am going to add the 24 tablets down here. I'm going to add this little arrow. It's got the words up and up written on it. I'm not going to draw that because I don't know. Is this Walmart brand? I don't know. I just feel like that's weird. And also it would be too tiny. Kind of looks like... It looks like if you drew bird feet as bubble letters. Let me hold this up. This is the little shape of the arrow, like upside down. I'm like, it looks like a baby bird foot. Ooh, that sucks. This might be the Target brand. Yeah, it's red. It probably is. I get different kinds of migraines, and I don't know how to, like... I don't really know how to categorize them very well beyond, like, this has been brought on by sinus problems versus this is brought on by a mystery. But sometimes I will get, like... I want to kind of call it TV static, but you know how some cars on the back window, they have a heating element that helps them defrost and it's lines across it? I will see lines across my vision that look like TV staticky. Those ones I cannot avoid no matter what I do. Those are just coming for me. I don't know what causes that specific phenomenon, but those ones usually also make me very nauseous. I'm also going to write acetaminophen on it, but that's it. Because after that, I don't feel like it's necessary. People will get the point. Words too long. Must continue on the other. Must continue down below. Acetaminophen. Perfect. This is the perfect representation of this pill bottle. I also know that some of my migraines will do, like, instead of doing that, what will happen is, like, if you rub your eyes and get the little floaty, I guess they're just called floaters, like the eye floaters that kind of look like starbursts that kind of also have a TV static feeling. If I start to see those out of nowhere, it'll be like a big blotch in the center of it, kind of like if you took a photo on an old disposable camera and something happened to the film and there was just a big sun splotch in it. Like, I will get those in my vision, and they're like twinkle stars. Those are really bad, too. Those I can't really avoid. Anything that messes with my vision at any point when I'm getting the migraine, those are usually the worst ones out of all of them. Sometimes I wonder if that has to do with, like, my lack of glasses currently and for a long time. I also do have an astigmatism, and I don't know just in general if it would make sense if things like that just affected each other. I wouldn't be surprised at all to learn that. I also feel suddenly like I'm really good at metaphorically comparing migraines to different things. Cars and cameras. That's what a migraine is like. It's It's really hard for me to describe anything without using something else for a reference, though. Oh, yeah, I have had those. I don't get those very often, though, luckily. I used to get those when I was a teenager really bad, though. I had one that started like that and it lasted for 3 days. So my mom took me to the urgent care because she was worried that I was having a brain aneurysm because it was the same year that Bret Michaels had his brain aneurysm. And that was the only reason she knew that a migraine could do that. No, I don't think it was the only reason, but I think it was the only reason she thought it was that time. Because I had had migraines for that long before and it was not that deep. And she was just like, "We gotta go." That got a little rough at one point. I'm gonna go around this label again, try to remedy that. It's just like doing eyeliner. If you mess it up a little bit because your hand shakes or something, you just put it on thicker and nobody will know. Life hacks. Ooh, that sounds icky. I have had them like that before, but I don't really get them like that super often. I will usually get them like that, like, above one eyebrow randomly. And it's never consistent. It's like, it would make sense if it was just, like, my right eye, because that's the eye that has the astigmatism. But it could be random. But I've usually gotten them, like, above my eye. People are always, I always forget this, and I will just show people memes on my phone randomly, and they're like, "I can't see anything on that." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I forgot. The dark is all the way, the lightness is already, it's like at the lowest it can go most of the time." The brightness is all the way down, and dark mode is always on. And they're like, "What are you trying to show me?" I'm like, "It's funny, I swear. Like, just believe me, I'm not turning it up for you." I will not make it brighter. You must suffer. Ooh, this was a good color choice. This looks pretty close already. I might go over it with a little bit more of a traditional red because this is more magenta. But with a little bit of red over top, I think it'll look amazing. I left the letters because I'm going to go over them in white. Or I'm going to attempt to. At least. It's a lot of little symbols to do, but it should be fine.
Ooh, yeah, I do like this. This looks really good. Also need a little bit of this. Let me just sharpen this just a little bit. I'm gonna get an even smaller paintbrush than what I've got over here. I think this one is small enough.
Our tablets kind of took up the whole area here. So I'm gonna write 24 over here. Because we are just spontaneous. We're out here just solving problems. Acetaminophen.
Okay, I'm gonna hold it up.
Acetaminophen. Awesome. I feel like this page looks pretty good. I feel like I want to add some sort of background filler or something, but I'm not really sure what. I might use my paint pen. Because paint pens are fun. Where's my scratch pad? No, this is just a random one. Like, I think this might actually be for outdoor use, I'm not entirely sure. But I don't believe so. The brand is just called Painters, it seems. This is an Elmer's product. No, I do know what pens you're talking about though, because I've seen people use them on like sketchbook tours and stuff, and I'm highly interested. I almost kind of wonder what it would be like if I followed the line around this that I already drew with the silver, and anytime I just hit something else, I would just like skip over it and just like make it an expanding like pattern. That could be cool. I'm gonna try it. Yep, we're gonna try it. Oh shit. Touched my hand on the white paint. Gotta be careful of that. And then I'm just gonna continue outward. I'm blowing on that because I just wanted to dry faster. It would be so much easier. This is looking pretty neat. Let me see. I'm gonna turn it. That'll help me a little bit with this side. yeah. That makes sense. That kind of reminds me of that too now that I look at it. This needs pressed. There we go. Just gonna go ahead and finish this corner. This corner. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I fan this dry really quick. It's mostly dry already, but it never hurts to double check. I'm going to put the date on it. And I'm gonna hold it up, obviously, because there's a lot of going on with it. I also wonder if maybe I should draw, like, with the microns over the silver too. I don't know. I'm not sure if I should call it finished or not. I'm just like, I'm mesmerized by the way that the light catches the silver. It looks so cool. Oh shit, I didn't draw the lines in the tail. I almost completely missed that. There we go. I don't want these lines to freaking dry. Okay. I am going to call that one finished for now. I don't have like any real type of sealant, so basically what I do when I'm done with them is I leave them face up until I'm ready, and then I take them in the bathroom, and I have this hairspray in like a aerosol can, and I just hold it really far back and just lightly dust it with like hairspray, and it tends to not smudge the colors of the paper as much, because when I'm working on it and I have to close the paper, I usually just put a like tracing paper on it so it doesn't transfer to the back of the page. But yeah, that was pretty successful. I think we're gonna call that stream because it is 4 p.m. and Sai won't be home like soon or anything, but I have no idea what we're doing for dinner, so I'm gonna try and figure that out and do some housework first. But let me see. I don't think I have anybody on for a raid. So that's kind of a bummer, but I'm just going to probably call it here anyway, just because. Yeah, absolutely. I'm really happy that I got my camera back because I was really, really hyped to do the stream today because, like, theoretically I could have played games the other day, but I haven't really been in a huge, like, game playing mood really. I've been pretty distractible, to say the least, a little spacey, and I just really wanted to do some drawing on stream, and then, like, my Surface kept messing up. So I was really excited to get to work in this sketchbook, especially because it's fresh and new. But yeah, and thank you guys for coming because it was really, really fun, and I always like talking to you guys. So yeah, I will talk to y'all later. Bye.